and if he heard any words being said, such as "it's the police" or "it's the cops."
Several times, yes, ma'am.
And how did he respond?
He responded that he did hear the knocking and police.
And you did record that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you reviewed that recording?
I've reviewed parts of it, yes, ma'am.
And that part where he indicated that he did hear the knocking and announcing of police?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a fair and accurate depiction of the interview, that portion of the interview.
It is.
So at this time, we'd move to play that recording, which would be Commonwealth's Exhibit 148.
No objection.
All right, it will be so admitted.
Well, downstairs, I just heard police. Then when I came outside, then the guy wanted to leave. And the guy said, "Oh, go back inside, go back inside." So when I went back inside, it didn't take that long. When it went off.
Okay, so before you opened the door to leave, you heard somebody say police, police.
Yeah, they said police.
Did you hear any knocking or anything?
I'm not sure, but it went so long.
Yeah, and could you tell what direction
Police
the
were.
person was saying police, police? Did you know where he was at?
Okay. If you walk in that apartment, right?
Mm-hmm.
At this and this, on the step, that on the, is the apartment complex.
Yes,
There's
sir.
another apartment this way, there's another apartment this way. The police, they were in on the wall and just going to the apartment because they were going out and go in.
Can you pause it for a moment,
Sure.
please?
They're not ready to.
Pause it. Yes, ma'am.
Can I get another notepad? Sorry.
I think another legal pad is what she said.
Sorry.
If you walk in that apartment, right?
Mm-hmm.
At this and this, on the step, that on the, is the apartment complex.
Yes,
There's
sir.
another apartment this way, there's another apartment this way. The police, they were in on the wall and just going to the apartment because they were going out and go in on elect.
Sure.
They're not ready because they don't know what was going on. So, and someone opened the door. That's the time I got, go inside. But they were in flat vest.
Yeah.
With the police.
Sure.
Yeah.
So they had the police vest on, they had the police on the front and stuff, and you heard them before you opened the door.
Yeah.
So the door was closed,
Yeah, they were close.
and you could hear them saying police,
Yeah,
police.
because the apartment complex, the door right there, and my daughter stopped up on the table. I'm getting ready to go.
Sure.
Soon when I open the door, that's it.
And that's when they told you to get back
Yeah,
inside.
back inside.
Did you have a conversation other than,
No.
And so that was the part of that interview where you asked him several times about hearing before he opened the door,
Yes, ma'am.
hearing the announcement of police, police.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, at some point was the evidence that had been collected by the Louisville Metro Police Public Integrity Crime Scene Unit, was that evidence all turned over to the Office of Attorney General Investigative Section?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at the point after that, was all the evidence turned over to the FBI?
I believe there might have been a cell phone that wasn't, but everything else was released to the FBI.
And what date was that?
Oh, gosh.
If you need to look at a supplement,
Yes, ma'am.
verify that.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. you. That was Thursday, June the 25th of 2020, in 2020.
I believe that's the initial obtaining of the evidence. And on the bottom paragraph, I believe it says June 30th.
Oh, that was released to the FBI on June the 30th.
Okay, so everything was released to the FBI on June 30th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any questions of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective Hall, at the interview that you conducted with Aaron Sarpe on June 26, 2020, did he turn over any property to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
What was that?
It was a rifle casing.
What type of rifle casing?
I don't know the caliber. I couldn't determine the caliber of the rifle casing, but I did collect it and store it as evidence, and it was released to the FBI also.
On that June 30th when everything else was?
Yes, sir.
And did you learn where he obtained that casing?
According to his statement, he got that from some hardscape or landscape rocks out front of the apartment.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Sarpe told you that during his interview on June 26th.
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you ask him, did he have it with him that day?
He did, yes, ma'am.
And so you asked him to give it to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell what kind of casing it was?
It was rifle casing. I couldn't tell the caliber.
And he told you he found it outside in the gravel or the landscaping area
Yes, ma'am.
in the vicinity of where he had parked his Sequoia.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you, along with, you put it in evidence at the Office of Attorney General,
Yes, ma'am.
and then it was included in all the evidence that was turned over to the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you.
Nothing further?
Did he say when he found it?
He wasn't really specific on the date that he found it. Just while he was picking up his daughter one day, he just found the rifle casing in the landscape rocks and picked it up.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Your next witness?
Stephen Hughes.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And you may remove your mask while you're testifying if you wish, but you're not required to.
State your name, please.
Stephen Hughes.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Kentucky State Police Forensic Laboratory System, and I work at our Jefferson Regional Laboratory here in Louisville.
And what is your position there?
My job title is a Forensic Scientist Specialist 2, and my area of specialty is firearms and tool mark identification.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been continuously employed by the Kentucky State Police since September 2004, so just over 17 years.
What is your educational background?
I received my degree, Bachelor of Science degree in criminology from the University of Louisville in May of 2004.
And have you received training in the field of firearms examination?
Yes, when I was hired in September 2004, it was as a firearms and tool mark examiner trainee. I entered into an apprenticeship-style training program, and for firearms and tool mark examiners, it's a minimum of 2 years on-the-job training underneath a qualified firearms and tool mark examiner. During my training with the Kentucky State Police, I was also one of 12 firearm and tool mark examiner trainees selected to attend the ATF's National Firearms Examiner Academy. This is an annual academy hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, where they sent me training work to do at the State Police Laboratory, as well as about 5.5 months training at the ATF laboratory in Washington, D.C. I graduated from that academy in September of 2006 and completed the rest of the training required by Kentucky State Police in March of 2007, and from that point was qualified to work firearms cases.
And since you began doing firearms examinations, can you estimate how many you have conducted in the 17 years?
Case-wise, probably in the thousands. Individual bullet-to-bullet or casing-to-casing, including training, would probably be in the tens of thousands.
And have you testified as an expert witness in the field of firearms examination?
Yes, I have.
And a number of times?
I haven't kept track, but probably estimate over 40, 50 times maybe.
Judge, I will stipulate Mr. Hughes' expertise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now, your lab is a Kentucky State Police lab. Where is the central lab for Kentucky State Police?
The Central Laboratory is in Frankfort, Kentucky.
And there are regional labs.
Yes, our laboratory here in Louisville is one of those regional laboratories.
Were certain items submitted to you at your lab here in Louisville by Louisville Metro Police for analysis in this case?
Yes.
And did those items include a number of bullets, bullet casings, and firearms?
Yes, there are several bullets, fired cartridge casings, and firearms.
Now, specifically, and if you want to refer to your report, feel free to do that, was an item, a gun that was labeled by your lab as item 1 submitted.
Yes.
And that, what was a pistol? What kind of pistol was that?
So that item is a Glock brand 40 Smith & Wesson caliber semi-automatic pistol, model 22, generation 4. Serial number was LMPD 0256.
You may.
I'm handing you this, known as a Ziploc box. Are you familiar with that type of
Yes.
box? You would open that, and if you would verify that the serial number on the pistol in the box is the same serial number on the Glock 40 caliber model 22 that you just testified that you examined.
Yes, the slide of the pistol is slightly locked back and it is unloaded. Serial number Here is LMPD 0256, which is the same serial number as the pistol in my report. This is the pistol that I examined.
So if you would hold that up and show it to the jury. And there are 3 magazines included in that Ziploc box?
Yes, there are.
Okay. So you can go ahead and set it down. Now, that particular pistol, you said it's a .40 caliber manufactured by Glock.
Yes.
Did you, to begin with, did you examine the gun to see if it was functional?
Yes. Whenever any firearm comes into the laboratory, it goes through a series of checks to see if it is functional and if it is safe to test fire. This includes checking the barrel to ensure it's unobstructed, checking to see if the action will cycle in a semi-automatic pistol when you pull the slide back and release it, see if it cocks the internal firing pin in this gun, and pulling the trigger does release that striker. All of these checks for this pistol, I found it to be functioning properly and would have been and was safe to test fire.
Did you, on the 3 magazines that were included, did you utilize those to see if they functioned in the gun itself?
Yes, I checked each of those, found that they would each lock into the pistol and would lock the slide back on an empty chamber with no ammunition left in the magazine. And I utilized the 1 magazine listed as laboratory item 2 during my test firing of the firearm.
So you actually used one of those magazines for your test firing?
Yes, I did.
The that particular gun, what kind of class characteristics does it have? And would you explain what class characteristics are?
Class characteristics are design features of the gun that are selected by the manufacturer. In the case of this pistol, it includes things like its caliber, .40 Smith & Wesson, the shape of the firing pin, which in this case is an elliptical shape, the firing pin aperture shape, which is rectangular, that's the hole the firing pin travels through to strike the primer on the back of a cartridge. The rifling type in the barrel is a class characteristic. In this case, it is called polygonal type rifling, which is slightly different than your conventional rifling. Polygonal, it's more hills and valleys, as opposed to hard-edged lands and grooves. And the number of those hills and valleys, and the twist, which is 6 hills and valleys with a right-hand twist within the barrel. Those are all the class characteristics of this pistol.
So when the bullet is discharged through the barrel, there's a right-hand polygonal twist going on inside the barrel.
Yes, what rifling is in a barrel, in this case the type B polygonal, it grabs and engages the bullet and starts to put a spin on it. What this does is putting that spin on the bullet makes it more accurate in flight. It's very similar to when a quarterback throws a football, they put a spin on the football to make it their pass more accurate. Kind of the same thing with the gun, the barrel putting a spin on a bullet. And that rifling grabs and engages the bullet to put that spin on it.
Okay. Now, in regard to, you said you did why did you do test fires?
I test firearms so that I can have known test standards, known bullets, and known cartridge casings that I know I fired in this firearm, so that I can then compare those in the laboratory to any fired evidence that was submitted for comparison to it.
Now, concerning the, you were given a group of 10 casings in the evidence submitted by Louisville Metro Police, which had been retrieved from the scene at apartment 4 and apartment 3 from that entire scene. The 10 casings numbered according to your lab numbers would begin with lab number 11. You have that there?
Yes.
And those, your lab numbers compare to the Louisville Metro Police numbers. And so I want to go through each one of those casings. First of all, your lab number 11,
Yeah.
which is, what is that item?
That is one fired .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge casing, and the submitting agency LMPD item number for that would be item 23.
And that has been already testified about and photographs admitted that is also equal to marker 1, the shell casing from the parking lot. Now, what is item number 12 on your report?
12 is same. It's one fired .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge casing, LMPD item number 25.
Which is also marker 3, a shell casing from the parking lot. What is KSP lab item number 13?
It is the same one fired .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge casing, LMPD item number 26.
Equals marker number 4, another shell casing from the parking lot.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, we are willing to stipulate that these 10 casings are found in the parking lot, so we don't have to go through one at a
I
time.
want to equate them to the marker numbers so that we can have that frame of reference as to where they were. Item 14, is that another 40 caliber
Yes, another
casing?
40 caliber casing, LMPD item number 27.
That is also marker 5. Item 15,
And the same, fired .40 caliber cartridge casing, LMPD item number 28.
and that would be marker 6, also parking lot. Item 16,
Same fired .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing, LMPD item number 29.
and 17, that was marker 7. Item 17,
The same fired .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing, LMPD item number 30.
and that's marker 8. Item 18,
Same .40 caliber cartridge casing, LMPD item number 31.
and that is marker 9, which the jury has heard was found under the tire of the Roto-Rooter van. Item number 19,
Same fired .40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge casing, LMPD item number 32.
and that would be marker number 10, also in the parking lot. Finally, the 10th casing, item number 55.
Lab item 55, one fired .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge casing, LMPD item number 87.
And as has been testified, that item did not have a marker number as it was found underneath a van parked in the lot. Now, you tested all 10 of these casings to determine if they were in fact fired from this gun.
Yes, in the laboratory, I use what's called a comparison microscope. It's like two microscopes side by side, joined via an optical bridge with one set of eyepieces that I can look through. And I can compare one item to another. It's got a dividing line down the middle. And what I'm looking at is the microscopic markings left on these fired cartridge casings. I'll take the test standards that I know I fired in the pistol first, and I'll compare those to one another so I can see what patterns of these microscopic markings the gun is reproducing consistently on multiple fired cartridge casings. Then I will compare my test standard to any other items of evidence that were submitted for comparison. And in this case, I compared these 10 casings to my test standards that I fired in this gun. And I found a significant agreement of individual characteristics within the firing pin impressions and firing pin aperture shear markings, and identified them as having been fired in this pistol.
So you call that making an identification?
Yes.
And the conclusion is that those casings found in the parking lot were fired from this gun?
Yes.
Now, did you also test some bullets that had been retrieved by the Louisville Metro Police
Yes, I
to
did.
compare and determine whether they were fired from this gun?
Yes, I did.
So the first one I would ask you about is your lab number 9, item 9.
Yes, laboratory item 9, one bullet, LMPD item number 21.
Which has been testified was a bullet found on the dining room table in apartment 3. And the next item would be your item 10,
Item 10, one bullet, LMPD item number 22.
which has been testified was a bullet found on the floor and seen in a photograph on the floor by the sliding door in apartment 3. Next would be item 52.
Lab item 52, one bullet is LMPD item number 82.
And that has been seen in photographs as LMP, as the bullet without a marker, but that was found in a soap dish in the bathroom. Next, item 53.
Lab item 53, one bullet is LMPD item number 83.
And that has been testified and seen in a photograph that was retrieved from top of the furnace in a utility closet in apartment 4. Now, how did you test these 4 bullets to determine whether they've been fired from this gun?
Similarly with the cartridge casings, I used a comparison microscope. This time, looking at my test bullets that I know I fired in the gun, comparing them to one another to see what pattern of markings was left on the side of them by the rifling of the barrel when they were fired, and then comparing my test standards to these 4 fired bullets. And what I found was a unique stria pattern from the hill impressions of the rifling that matched up with my test standards from these 4 bullets, and I identified them as having been fired from this firearm.
When you say hill impressions, can you explain what that means?
Yes, the hills, they're the high spots in the barrel that impress into the sides of the bullet to engage it, to put that spin on it as the bullet's fired and forced down the barrel. Microscopic imperfections within the barrel will leave scratches or striations down the side of the bullet in these hill impressions as it is forced down the barrel of the gun. And it's looking at the microscopic scratches left on the sides of the bullets, comparing one to another on my microscope is what I'm looking at to see if I see that same pattern of scratches that I do on my tests as to the fired bullets.
So each gun has a unique way of leaving these microscopic markings?
Yes, there are microscopic imperfections incidental to the manufacturing process within the barrel of firearms, even within the barrel of this firearm, which I verified by producing a silicone barrel cast, extracting it, and microscopically examining that to find microscopic imperfections not running parallel with the rifling that these bullets are scraping against as they travel down the barrel.
And you made an identification of these 4 bullets that they were fired in this gun?
Yes, I did.
There was a fifth bullet that was submitted to you, item 49.
Laboratory item 49, a bullet, LMPD item number 79.
And that would be marker 47, a bullet from the top dresser drawer of the south bedroom in apartment 4. Were you able to make an identification on that particular bullet?
With that bullet, I was not able to identify or eliminate it as having been fired from this pistol.
Okay. You did the same comparison as you did with the other ones?
Yes, I performed the same comparison, comparing it to my known test standards that I fired from this gun, but I didn't see the same level of correspondence that I did between it and my test standards as I did the other bullets. All of those class characteristics were the same. The caliber, a 40 caliber class, 6 polygonal hills and valleys with a right hand twist. But I did not see those microscopic stria pattern quite the same. It didn't line up as well as it did on the other ones. So it was inconclusive.
Okay. Now, turning to another examination you did on another gun that was submitted to you, item 45, and it would be another report, I believe, report or case number 20J 1677, report 3.
3. Okay.
Now, referring to that report, what is item 45?
Item 45 is a Glock brand 9mm Luger caliber semi-automatic pistol, model 43X, serial number BLLF733.
Which has previously been testified about and photographs shown to be the gun found under the bed in the south bedroom of apartment 4. Was a cartridge casing submitted to you to compare, to determine if that casing was fired from this gun, or not that gun, from the 9mm?
Yes, was.
And that was item 43?
Yes, item 43 of that lab number, LMPD item 70, is one fired 9mm Luger cartridge casing.
And that has been testified, was retrieved from the hallway of apartment 4. What did you determine in regard to whether the 9mm casing was fired from that Glock 9mm pistol?
I was able to identify that cartridge casing as having been fired in that Glock pistol. Did the same examinations as I previously described by test firing that pistol in our laboratory firing range, getting known cartridge casings that I knew I fired in the gun, examining them on my comparison microscope first, and then comparing the fired casing submitted for comparison, and I found the same pattern of individual characteristics within the firing pin aperture shear markings of that casing that I did on my test fires. I used that to determine that it was fired in that pistol.
Okay. Referring you back to item 1, the 40 caliber Glock is the way that gun is fired, does it have a double action or a single action? If you can explain how that works with the pulling the trigger.
Okay, when you would pull the slide back and release it, chamber a cartridge, the tail of the striker engages on the back of what's called sometimes the cross, or back of the trigger bar within, or the sear within this firearm. And as you pull the trigger, the striker gets cocked rearward, and then that sear drops down at a certain point, and the firing pin is released to travel forward through the breech and strike the primer on the back of a cartridge casing, which detonates the primer, ignites the gunpowder, which fires the gun, forces the bullet out of the barrel. It's a semi-automatic pistol, so when it's fired, the extractor and the slide will move rearward. It'll automatically extract that fired casing, and ejector will eject the casing out of the gun. And if there's any ammunition left in the magazine, it will automatically load another cartridge from the magazine into the chamber, and then the gun is ready to be fired again with a subsequent trigger pull.
So a semi-automatic doesn't mean that it's going to automatically, you have to still pull the trigger each time?
Yes, it is one trigger pull is one shot. You have to pull the trigger each time you want to fire a shot.
And you said the casing is ejected.
Yes.
And is there a particular direction the casing would be ejected in?
The ejection port on a Glock is kind of on the top and right-hand side.
Could you hold it up and point out where the casing would be ejected?
The cutout in the slide here, there's the piece called the extractor right here on the side, and an ejector is within here, and it's kind of angled, and typically when casings are ejected, when this travels all the way back, they get ejected up and out to the side, right-hand side of the pistol. It may not always be the case depending on how you're holding the firearm or what type of ammunition you're using, but typically they would be extracted and ejected up and to the right.
Up and to the right. And what would determine how far the casing would, like how many feet or how far the casing would travel after being ejected?
It could be any amount of distance. Some guns will drop them at your feet, some will eject them long ways off. It's kind of determined by how you're holding the pistol, what kind of ammunition you're using, and how it's made or designed.
Okay, in this particular case with the .40 caliber ammunition and that Glock Model 22, do you know how far the casings might be ejected?
I do not. I did not perform any ejection pattern testing with this firearm.
Okay. If the shooter is standing in one place, would you expect the casings to be ejected in the same general area?
You can expect that, but it's not always the case. It can vary firearm to firearm.
But that gun would not eject to the left.
I wouldn't expect it to, but again, I didn't do any testing regarding the ejection pattern of this firearm, so I can't conclusively say.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
No questions.
All right, you can step down, thank you. Commonwealth's next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Bryce Ziegler.
I'm sorry.
Said Bryce Ziegler.
Bryce. I haven't seen him.
Sorry.
Actually,
He's in the
we'll go ahead
lobby.
and call.
Okay.
We'll wait on Bryce Ziegler.
All right, so do you want her to remain? Miss Whaley, do you want her to remain?
I'm sorry.
Do you want her to remain?
Yes.
All right, sorry.
He's in the lobby.
We'll go ahead with Ms. Jones.
All right, if you'll go ahead and take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, and if you wish to take your mask off while you're testifying, you may. You're not required to.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please go ahead and state your name for the record?
Special Agent Casey Jones.
And where do you work?
I'm with the FBI and I work out of the Lexington office.
Okay. And for FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the FBI?
It'll be 14 years in April.
Okay. And what sort of training did you receive to become an agent with the FBI?
Back in 2008, I attended the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, which at the time was approximately 22 weeks. And then I was assigned to the FBI Louisville field office.
Okay. How long have you been an FBI agent strictly in Louisville, Lexington, things like that?
I served about 6.5 years here in the Louisville office, and then I went to our headquarters where I worked in the counterterrorism division, and then when I came back, I was assigned to the Lexington FBI office. So I've been in Lexington for about 5 years.
Okay. And do you have a certain type of unit or role that you're assigned to in that office?
Yes, in Lexington, I'm assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force, but I'm also a member of our evidence response team. It's an ancillary duty.
Okay. As an evidence response member, what do you all perform task-wise?
We assist with searches or crime scenes where we will assist with processing a crime scene and collecting and packaging evidence.
Okay. And when you were with that unit, did you perform a call-out or I guess a site back in June of 2020 to 3003 Springfield Drive here in Louisville, Kentucky?
Yes, I did.
And was your role with the evidence response team?
Yes.
Can you just go through the response that you all provided, and then I'll get a little bit more detailed in a second?
So on the search took place on June 19th and 20th. I was not present for the first day of the search. I know just from looking at the search paperwork, generally entrance photos were taken on the first day. There was some searches done outside of the apartments, and then on the second day is when I think there was one item of evidence collected outside on day one. Day two is when we did most of the collection of the different shell casings, bullets.
Okay. When you were there on site in June of 2020, when you were with your team, did you all collect items that you just said throughout the apartment or inside? Where were items located?
There were two items collected outside, two shell casings. One was in front of apartment 4, one was in front of apartment 1, and then the rest of the items were collected from inside apartment 4.
Okay. Now, yesterday we heard from a local agent regarding LNPD's crime scene unit and how they perform methods of evidence response and collection. and they described things that the FBI does as invasive. Can you just describe how your search may be considered invasive?
For this search particularly, we cut into drywalls, large holes out of drywalls, which we typically do not, that's not something that we commonly do, but for this search specifically, we were looking for other items of evidence that may have been inside the wall.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what has been preliminarily marked as Commonwealth's Exhibits 129 through 139. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to have you take a look at these, and then I will show them on the screen in a second. Have you review those. I'll also give you a laser pointer here. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the search that was conducted at 3003 Springfield Drive across the 2 days?
Yes.
And you were present for part of that search?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit 129 through 139, and then I'll show them to the courtroom.
No objection.
All right, they'll be so admitted.
So I gave you the laser pointer if you need to point anything out, but not required. So in these photos that we'll start with, Exhibit 129, what is this that we are looking at here?
So this is the room that we labeled as A, which it's I would call it maybe like the small dining area just outside the kitchen.
Okay. Are you familiar with what is on the other side of this wall that we're looking at?
I believe it's another apartment. It would have been apartment 3.
Okay. The area that is cut out, is that what you described earlier?
So the small area down by the cabinet, that was already cut out before we got there.
Okay. When we get to that point, please point out the FBI's. Okay. What is this?
So those are just 3 holes that are in the wall of room A.
Okay. And what is on the lower portion by what I would call the bumper?
A small hole that goes into the wall.
Okay. So is there a total of 4 holes?
Yes.
Okay. Just a close-up?
Yes.
Okay, Exhibit 131. Exhibit 132, is that?
Just a close-up.
Okay, now what are we looking at here in Exhibit 133?
So those are, and I wasn't part of this part of the processing of the crime scene. We had a unit that specializes in bullet trajectory work. They had deployed to Louisville for this part, but this just shows trajectory rods going into the wall.
Okay. And is that drywall that's been cut?
Yes.
Okay. What is this of?
So that shows room A going into room C being the kitchen, but it just shows the pieces of drywall that had been removed. Also, the trajectory rods going into the wall.
135, what are we looking at here?
So this is room K, which would have been, I would classify it as a spare bedroom.
Okay. And what task was FBI performing in this room?
This is just a picture of 2 holes going into it's room K, but the adjoining wall would be room H, which is I would refer to the master bedroom.
Okay. And then it's just a picture of that wall in detail?
Yes.
136, 137, is this the same detail?
Yes.
And 138, is this back to wall A?
Yes.
And then, like you said, adjoining this or backing onto this, there's another apartment?
Correct.
Show you. What are we looking at here?
These are just different bullet fragments.
Okay. When the evidence response team responds to a scene and performs a search like they did in this case on those 2 days, what do you all do with any items collected?
So each item of evidence, in this case, I think we had 16 items of evidence. So each item is packaged and numbered, but packaged separately.
Okay. When you package them, are they sent to local or where are they sent?
It really just depends on what we're wanting to get from the item of evidence. In this case, I know several items of evidence were sent to our lab in Quantico.
Quantico, Virginia?
Correct.
Okay. After sending them off to Quantico, did your evidence response team have any further involvement with this apartment on 3003 Springfield Drive?
No.
In this case, the items that were taken from the scene, collected, and sent off to the lab included the bullets that we've previously discussed that were in that wall A. How many do you know were collected at the site?
I believe there were 14.
Okay. Do you know how many in the wall?
Just in the wall and from room A or total from the whole apartment?
Just the dining room.
So the dining room, there would have been just one item collected from that wall.
And then onto the bedroom?
So I know item...
FBI lie about them 12 and 13. Were those located there?
Okay, so I know if I can go down the list, it may be easier. So item 1 was a shell casing found outside. Items 2 and 3 were the window and a screen from bedroom K. Item 4 was another shell casing that was found outside. Item 5 was pulled from a stud in the wall of room A. Item 6 and 7 were pulled from, item 6 was pulled from room E, which was a small closet. Item 7 was pulled from a stud in room C, which was the living area. Item 8 was pulled from the wall in room D, which was the hallway. Item 9 and 10 were pulled from the wall of room D, which was the hallway, at the end of the hallway in the wall. Item 11 was pulled from the hallway underneath the carpet pad. 12 was pulled from the stud in the wall of room H, which was the master bedroom. Items 13 and 14 were pulled from underneath the carpet in the hallway. And item 15 from the wall in room H, which was the master bedroom, and then 16 was from the wall from room J, which was the master bath.
All those items were sent to Quantico?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Agent Jones. I don't have any further.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Agent Jones, when you went to 3003 Springfield Drive on June 20th, 2020, do you know whether the two apartments were in the same condition they were on March the 13th, 2020?
The two apartments, no, I don't know. I don't know what the condition was like from March, because I wasn't a part of that.
Were there repairs that had been made to your knowledge?
I know the window from room K had been removed. It had been kept but removed, so we did reinstall. A member of our team did reinstall the window so we could process it.
And how about the walls? Have they been patched at all?
I'm not sure.
Okay. The bullets that you were just up on the screen there, 14 items that you recovered, you didn't do anything to compare those to anything. You just recovered them, correct? And you don't know what guns they came from or where they originated or anything else about them, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Bryce Ziegler.
If you take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
State your name, please.
My name is Bryce Ziegler. First name spelled B-R-Y-C-E. Last name spelled Z-I-E-G-L-E-R.
Thank you. You've testified a lot.
A few times, yes.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory Division within the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit,
Where is that located?
Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been in that position?
A little over 7 years now.
And what's your educational background?
I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University.
Do you have military service?
I do.
And what is that?
I was in the United States Marine Corps Reserves for an active time of about 6 years and inactive 2 years.
And were you deployed?
I was.
Where did you serve?
I deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2009.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Now, what kind of training did you get with the FBI to become a forensic examiner in firearms and tool marks?
So in this position, I had to complete the Forensic Examiner Training Program, which is specific to each unit within the FBI lab. When I first entered this program, I was given a training manual and I was assigned a mentor. So this mentor would monitor my progress in the manual, observe any tasks that I would complete. They would also supervise any casework that I worked on while I was still a trainee. As a culmination of this training program, I had to complete a series of practical competency tests, a series of oral boards, and a series of moot court exercises.
And how long did that training take?
It took a little over 3 years.
And have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the field of firearms and tool marks?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I will stipulate that Agent Ziegler is an expert in his field.
All right, thank you.
Were certain items submitted to you that were collected by agents that conducted a search in Louisville on June 19th and 2020,
Yes, they were.
from the 3003 Springfield Drive, apartments 3 and 4?
I would have to check the address.
Well, it's been testified by your,
I was not at the scene, so
You were
if that
not
is
there.
correct.
okay. Was one of those items submitted to you, item 19 on the FBI lab number, a Glock 40 caliber Model 2 pistol, Model 22 pistol?
Model 22, correct. Yes, it was.
And if you would pick up the box, the evidence box next to you there?
Yes.
If you could open that and examine the serial number and tell us, is that the gun that you examined that was sent to the lab at Quantico?
Yes, it is.
And can you verify that serial number?
Yes, the serial number is LMPD0256.
And is that the same serial number you recorded in your reports?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, were you asked to examine 3 bullets that had been retrieved during the search by the FBI on June 19 and 20 and compare those bullets to that gun to determine whether they had been fired from that gun?
Yes, I was.
Now, first of all, we've heard your counterpart with Kentucky State Police firearms examination describe that gun as having a rifling pattern, or describe it as having a polygonal rifling pattern of 6 hills and valleys that make a right twist. Did you examine the gun as well to determine what kind of rifling pattern?
Yes, I did.
And did you find the same pattern?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that is a .40 caliber.
That's correct. 40 Smith & Wesson is the...
What does caliber refer to? The diameter of the bullet or the diameter of the barrel?
It's both, actually. It's the approximate diameter of the barrel. So a .40 caliber cartridge is going to be designed specifically to be chambered in that particular pistol so that the bullet is going to be the same approximate diameter, 0.4 inches.
So it's 0.4 inches diameter of the bullet.
Correct.
As well as the inside of the barrel.
Correct.
Okay. So now referring to those 3 bullets that you examined that had been retrieved, item 3, according to your report, was a bullet retrieved from the stud in the dining room of apartment 4, which was referred to by the FBI personnel that collected it as room A. You have that in your report?
Yes, so the description that was given to me is bullet from wall in room A.
Okay, and that's item 3?
Correct.
And then the next bullet is item 12, according to your lab report, which was pulled from inside a wall in the south bedroom, which was described as room H.
Correct.
On the FBI report.
Yes.
And then item 13 was also a bullet pulled out of the wall in the south bedroom, also room H.
Yes, that's correct.
And the jury has seen photos of the bullet defects in the wall of the south bedroom. What did you do in order to determine whether those 3 bullets had been fired from this Glock?
So the first thing that I had to do was actually take the firearm to a room in the laboratory which has a bullet recovery tank, which is a large water tank. So I actually had to collect test fires from the firearm by shooting it into the water and retrieving those projectiles. So those projectiles now become my knowns because I physically shot this firearm. I know they came from this gun. And the water takes away the energy of that bullet and it drops to the bottom of the tank. So now I know when I look at that bullet under the microscope, the only marks I'm looking at came from the barrel, not because it hit a wall or a piece of plywood or some intermediate surface. So the first thing I had to do was collect my knowns from the firearm. I then would compare these knowns to the evidence items that were submitted in the case.
And how do you go about doing that comparison?
So the first thing I'm going to look at are the class characteristics. So these are some things we've already discussed. The rifling in the barrel, the number of lands and grooves, the rotation of those lands and grooves. Do they twist to the left? Do they twist to the right? As well as the caliber, so the approximate diameter of those bullets. So I'm going to look at all those things in the evidence items, compare them to the known bullets, and see if they are consistent or not. So that's the first part. So if they are consistent as far as caliber and the rifling pattern, I will then move to the second part of the examination where I put both bullets on what's called a comparison microscope. I'll mount them on a stage. I can see images of both of those bullets side by side when I look through a binocular eyepiece at the top. So I'm actually looking at the specimens side by side through the microscope. And what I'm looking at there is I'm looking for the random microscopic imperfections on those bullets, comparing the patterns of the striations that they picked up from the barrel, and trying to make a determination if there is sufficient agreement between those two specimens.
And what did you determine in regard to those 3 bullets, whether they had been fired from this Glock Model 22?
Yes, ma'am. I identified the item 3, 12, and 13 bullets as having been fired from the barrel of the item 19 pistol.
Which is the one you just showed us here.
Yes.
Now, at a point, when was that examination completed that you just described?
August of 2020.
Was there a time following August 2020 that you were asked to examine some additional bullets?
Yes, there was.
So if you would refer back to your report for that, second testing, was one of the bullets you were asked to examine item 29, and which was retrieved by Louisville Metro Police from the dining room floor of apartment 4.
Yes, so item 29 is just the jacket of a bullet. A bullet typically contains 2 components. The inside is going to be a lead core, and it can have a variety of different metals on the outside, but copper is a very common bullet jacket material. So in this case, the lead core had fallen out due to impact or for whatever reason, but I was still submitted an intact bullet jacket, which is still the portion that comes in contact with the barrel. So I was still able to use that for a comparison.
And what did you find when you compared it to your test fires from the Glock Model 22?
Using the same process, I identified the item 29 bullet jacket as having been fired from the barrel of the item 19 pistol.
Okay. And you did the two casings, and you said they were 223 caliber,
That's correct.
and those are rifle casings?
Typically, there are rifle cartridges, yes.
And what did you do? Did you have any gun to compare those to?
No, ma'am.
Nothing was submitted?
No.
So what did you do with those two casings?
I was asked to compare those two cartridge cases to each other to determine if they were or were not fired by the same firearm.
And what did you find?
I identified them as having been fired by the same firearm.
And how did you do that without a gun?
It's a similar process. I just don't have a known firearm to collect test fires, but I'm still going to compare those evidentiary cartridge cases using a similar process. I'm going to look at the class characteristics first. So for cartridge cases, these are different. These will be things like the firing pin shape, the how the breech face looks, if there is a position of extractor ejector marks. So a variety of mechanism marks could be different between different firearms. So if those things are consistent between the two specimens, I will then again move to that more in-depth, higher magnification comparison stage on the comparison microscope.
So even though you didn't have a gun, you used a gun to do some test fires, or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you just compared the two casings. Now, of all of the bullets that were submitted to you for testing, and I think those were the only, those two casings you just testified about, those were the only casings submitted to you.
I received all of the cartridge cases, except I was only asked to examine these two. The rest, to my understanding, had been previously examined.
And of all the bullets and casings submitted to you for testing, other than the two rifle casings you just testified about and the 9mm bullet that you testified about, what caliber were all the other casings and bullets?
I would have to refer to my notes for the other cartridge cases because, again, I was not asked to examine those. But all of the bullets were able to be classified as either 40 caliber or 9mm.
And do you have your notes with you?
Yes.
Go ahead and refer.
This will be a fairly lengthy list. Items 39 through 66 and 74 through 79 are 40 caliber, 40 Smith & Wesson caliber cartridge cases. Items 67 through 73 are 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. Item 80 is one of the 223 Remington that we spoke about. And item 6 was an additional 9mm Luger cartridge case. Item 100 was the last 223 Remington cartridge case that we already spoke about.
Okay. So, and all of the bullets were 40 caliber other than the one 9mm bullet?
That is correct.
I believe that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Ziegler, with reference to your items number 80 and 100, the 223 cartridge casings, do your notes reflect where they came from?
No, they do not. So sometimes in the lab, I'm not given that background information. I'm just told, here are two cartridge cases, examine them, formulate a conclusion. So in this case, that is not in my item listing.
Okay. What type of weapon would fire such a bullet?
It is commonly a rifle cartridge, commonly seen in AR-15s. Those types of firearms can also be in a pistol configuration, but it's a common rifle cartridge.
In your comparison, you didn't have an AR-15 to test fire and make any comparisons with, correct?
That is correct.
But you also were able to compare the two cartridges and determine they were fired from the same weapon, wherever that might be.
That is correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything on redirect? All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not being admitted.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Let's go ahead and take a break for 15 minutes. It's 11 o'clock, and we'll need to return at 11:15. Please remember the separation admonition.
All rise for the pardon of jury.
you'll come on up, and counsel, if you'll come up, please. And you in the courtroom can be seated. All right, counsel, if you'll come forward, please. right, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're ready for the jury.
This time, the cell phones on vibrate and on silent, and all rise for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? All right, if the Commonwealth will call its next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be Michael Van Arsdale.
If you'll take a seat, please. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Michael Van Arsdale.
And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a physical scientist, forensic examiner with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically assigned to the Firearms Tool Marks Unit of the FBI Laboratory.
And where is that located?
That's located at Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you worked in that role?
I've worked as a forensic examiner for approximately 7 years now.
Okay. And what training and experience did you receive to become in that role?
To become qualified as a forensic examiner in the Firearms Tool Marks Unit begins with the receipt of a comprehensive training manual. And this training manual will cover elements regarding firearms identification, tool mark identification, firearms manufacturing and development, ammunition manufacturing and development, as well as a portion of training regarding shooting incident reconstruction. That training for shooting incident reconstruction involves attending a school put on by the FBI Laboratory regarding shooting incident reconstruction, as well as attending multiple crime scenes, conducting shooting incident reconstruction with qualified examiners, gaining that hands-on experience at those multiple scenes. In addition, during my training, at the completion of my training, I was tested both in written form and oral form, and I was also provided a series of competency tests, including looking at a vehicle that had been shot and trying to establish the trajectories based on the holes in that vehicle. And my documentation of those trajectories as well as the measurements were evaluated to establish my competency.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Michigan.
Your Honor, I will stipulate that Mr. Van Arsdale is an expert in his field.
Thank you.
At some point in your role with the FBI that you just described, were you assigned to the case that is encompassing 3003 Springfield Drive here in Louisville, Kentucky?
Yes, I was.
And what role did you play in that?
It was my job to travel to the scene and conduct shooting incident reconstruction.
And was that in June of 2020?
That is correct.
And when you arrived at that scene, what did you do?
I traveled to the scene with a team of individuals from the laboratory. So I have, in order to conduct the shooting incident reconstruction, the team consists of myself, a forensic examiner, a firearms examiner, a photographer, a graphic artist, and a member of our evidence response team from the laboratory. It was my role on the scene to evaluate the location, looking for any holes and impacts, and then to try and associate those holes and impacts to establish a trajectory, to try and determine where did the bullets travel to and where did they come from. I have a photographer, as I mentioned, that travels with me to document those holes and impacts and the trajectories, as well as a graphic artist to document the position of those holes and impacts within that scene so that graphics can be created to support my report.
And were you there the days in June of 2020 when this team performed a search of that apartment?
Yes, I was.
And were you part of the team that also performed then the trajectory analysis?
Yes, I was.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted into evidence, some photos. Have you take a look at these. Are these a fair and accurate depiction of the search team and then the analysis that you performed?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm just going to go through a few of these with you, particularly those containing this wall that we see here. What room is that in?
So this was identified as room A within apartment number 4, designating this as a dining area of that apartment.
On the opposite side of this wall, what is there?
This wall adjoins apartment 3, and so it would be the dining area of apartment 3.
Okay. What is this picture?
This is a photograph prior to me beginning my analysis. The photographer would document the condition as we arrive on scene, and this photograph depicts the area that I will be working on.
Okay. And when you say work, what encompasses your work?
What I'm doing is I'm going to be looking for any indications of passage of a bullet or impact from a bullet. And so I'm looking for any holes or impacts that would be indicative of that bullet impact or strike.
What is this photo right here, 131?
These are going to be close-ups of 2 of the bullet holes that were located within that wall.
Are you able to gain any information from the bullet holes that are pictured here in this wall?
Looking at the characteristics of these holes, I'm looking at the edges of this, looking to determine if I can tell directionality. If the bullet passed through this, which way was it going? And based on the physical characteristics of these holes, I was able to determine that the bullets entered through this wall towards apartment number 3.
Is this just another close-up exhibit 132?
Yes.
Now, what is seen here in exhibit 133?
So, in this exhibit, this is a photograph of the trajectory rods that I used. Now, the rod is a metal rod that I can insert into that bullet hole to show the approximate path of the bullet. And so, during my analysis, I used multiple rods, inserted into these holes, and tried to connect to holes on the back wall. Now, this scene was different in that back wall had been repaired. An individual had gone through and filled those holes on that back wall. And so you'll see very large holes in the wall, large square holes in the wall. Those are what are called witness panels. I had to cut large holes within the wall so I could see when I inserted that rod through the hole, where did it go? And what I found on the interior of the wall was the location of the hole. the other hole. So as that bullet passed through the first piece of drywall, it then passed through a second piece of drywall into the neighboring apartment. I could see where that repair had been made and where that hole was located.
So you're able to still establish 2 points of contact?
That's correct. I used on the inside of the wall, the center portion of that hole to establish 2 points, and those 2 points then established that trajectory. That gave me the path of that bullet through the wall, giving me the vertical angle and as well as a horizontal angle.
Now, there's a difference in colors. What do those colors mean?
The rods that I use are of different diameters. The yellow rods are slightly larger diameter than the pink rod that you see in the bottom. That pink rod, that particular hole behind the drywall was a wood 2x4. Now that bullet passed through the drywall and then through that 2x4. Now the wood for a 2x4, when a bullet passes through wood, sometimes that wood will open up to allow the passage of the bullet, but then shrink back down. And so I used a smaller diameter to follow the path of that bullet through that 2x4. It was easier to move that smaller diameter than to use one of the larger diameter yellow rods.
Now, we've previously had the FBI testify that a stud was pulled out of the wall. Where is that located in this picture?
Behind the trajectory, Your Honor, if I...
There's a laser pointer up there if you need it.
Behind the trajectory here, this impact, this hole led to an impact within a stud inside that wall. Within that impact was a bullet.
And that's the bullet that was taken to Quantico and tested?
Yes, that's correct.
What is this picture of?
This is another angle showing the dining area and the trajectories within the wall that I established.
And those are the same rods and holes that you performed?
That is correct. And you'll see my numbering, my labeling next to each one of those rods.
Okay. This picture right here?
This was a picture of the holes that I had identified on the interior of apartment 4, the witness panels that I had cut, and this is prior to the insertion of the trajectory rods.
Now, I'm also going to show you a floor plan that's already been admitted into evidence. This floor plan, what are we looking at here?
This is the layout of the apartments within this complex.
Okay. What is the location where you were going through the studs and the wall of your analysis?
This layout appears to be the layout of apartment 3, so the neighboring apartment. The analysis that I was conducting would have been in this dining area here.
Okay. Now that you've gone over that, were you able to perform any trajectory analysis based on the rods that you placed in that wall?
The trajectory analysis that I conducted based on the rods, insertion of the rods into the wall from apartment 4 to the interior of the holes within the wall of apartment 3, I was able to establish trajectory for 4 rods the trajectories originating from the southeast direction through apartment 4.
Okay. And were you able to put those findings into a diagram?
Yes, the graphic artist that traveled with me that documented the scene created a diagram to support my report.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you, this has not been admitted yet. It's marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 140. Have you take a look at this. What are we looking at here?
This is the diagram, one of the diagrams that was created by that graphic artist to support my report. And what you will see on this diagram...
Now, I'll bring it up in just a second. What I was going to ask you next, the diagram that we're about to see, the analysis that you just went over for that wall, was that analysis performed throughout the apartment in this case?
Yes, it was.
And was all that analysis documented and reported in the diagram that we're about to see?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit 140, and I will show it on the screen.
No objection.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Now, please, with the diagram, explain your findings.
So the photos that we looked at earlier were of this area here, this wall associated within room A. This wall is the shared wall to apartment 3. You will see along that wall 4 holes that are marked in blue and 3 holes marked in blue on the interior of the wall. There is a green impact marked on the wall. I was able to establish trajectories for establish 4 trajectories for each of these holes and impacts originating from a southeast direction.
And what direction were they traveling in? From the southeast to?
They were traveling from the southeast into apartment 3, with the exception of the one that terminated within the stud.
Okay. The other lines throughout this diagram, obviously the ones that you've documented here, are those documenting all the other trajectories that you performed of other directions occurring in this case?
The yellow lines represent the trajectories that I established based on bullet holes and impacts. Other than the one that could not be graphically depicted, they represent all the trajectories that I established, yes.
Okay. The ones that you just spoke of on that wall, and the ones that you've documented in that going down from the southeast to the northeast direction, at the time that you were in the apartment, what would have been located from their trajectory?
The trajectories that I established would have originated from the direction of a sliding glass door on the opposite wall of that apartment.
And then just to touch one last time on those other lines that we see going in, I guess, a west to east pattern, those would have originated based on your analysis here, and where would they have been located?
The origin of the trajectories moving along the hallway would have originated from the direction of that door.
Okay. And what door is that?
That would be the main entrance door to the apartment 4.
And based on your diagram here, there was never a origin of trajectory located anywhere in the common area living room?
Did not establish an origin within the common area of the living room.
Thank you very much. I don't think I have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Sir, what is your proper title, agent?
No, sir. It's a physical scientist, forensic examiner.
Okay. I'm going to just call you Mr. Van Arsdale, okay?
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions. In your examination of apartment 4, did you determine a trajectory for any bullets that went through the ceiling?
Yes, I did.
And how many were those?
There were 2 trajectories through the ceiling.
Where did those originate, if you know?
They originated from the direction of the front door.
And where did they end up, if you know?
One of those went through the apartment above apartment 4 and exited out the roof of the building, and the other one entered into the apartment above and possibly terminated within an object within that apartment.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth's next witness.
May we approach?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and then when we come back at 1 o'clock, we will be then ready to go on our scene visit. But Deputy Sheriff Anthony will give you some directions regarding where you go from lunch, and then we'll all gather together and leave together to go for the visit to the scene. So please remember the separation admonition, and have a nice lunch, and I will see you back here at 1 o'clock.
All rise for the recording direct.
Ten thirty, officer down. 10:30, Officer Sean Springfield.
What's the location?
Officer Sean Springfield, 10:30. Why is EMS? EMS is around the corner, radio. We need EMS fucking up here now.
I'm getting him started.
Already down the street, tell him to get up here.
Right, okay, here's the Sergeant Springfield Drive. We have EMS on the way.
1 David on Springfield. Where y'all at?
3007 Springfield Drive.
Do not block EMS. Ram that gate. Ram that gate, patrol car. Ram that gate. Patrol, ram that fucking gate now. Ram it with your car. Ram it.
Here, quick clock. Here. We're gonna cut him. Sure. Cut it with my knife. You okay, John? John, you okay? Huh? Hey, fuck this EMS, dude. 30 minutes away. Somebody give me the radio with SWAT on it. SWAT 1. Here.
Officers encountered rifle fire. Officer down. Bring long guns. Subject is still inside radio, barricaded with a long rifle. Looks like an AR.
Subject still inside, barricaded with an AR.
Be advised. He is still inside. We've got cover on the door. We don't know if there's a back door to this place.
Looks like an upstairs apartment. Upstairs apartment. Text your family. Hey, upstairs apartment. You want me to get in the turret? Cover hide? Yes. What'd you say, Sarge? Text your family. And upstairs. I think it's an upstairs apartment. They'll pull up and we get this fucking thing. You know, what if it's like, okay. Person apartment number 4, building 303. Apartment number 4. Please come out with your hands up. You have to talk loud. I cannot hear you. Keep your fucking hands up. Coming out. Step to your right, 2 steps. To your right, 2 steps. Now step down on the step and keep walking backwards. Step down, and I want you to walk between these cars. Walk straight down the steps or backwards. Keep walking backwards. 1 more step, sir. Now I need you to walk back between these 2 vehicles. Keep walking backwards. You're almost doing it. You're doing a great job. Yeah, keep walking. Do not do anything else. Do not reach down. We'll get him right here. 20, right here. Keep coming back, sir. Keep coming back, sir. Keep walking backward. You're scared. Right. Walk straight back, or I will send this dog on you. Walk back to my boy. Walk back, or I will send this dog. Walk back to me. Keep on walking. Walk down. Walk. Walk the apartment?
Nobody, my girlfriend's dead.
Tell them we have 11015.
What?
How's your girlfriend?
I don't know.
Inside?
Yeah, somebody, I was banging at the door and she said, who is it? And I just started shooting.
No, we down 3 times, 3 searches.
This pocket's clear.
There's somebody in there dead?
Yeah, my girlfriend. It's her house. That was her house.
Who was shooting it up? We have to go in if there's somebody.
What is this about? We don't.
I'm with you if you want to go.
We're both just regular worker people.
Where is she at in the apartment?
She's on the ground.
Where at?
In the hallway.
What kind of gun did she shoot?
It's a regular 9mm.
Did she shoot or you shoot it?
It was her. She's scared. We didn't even know who it was. We didn't know who it was.
Watch out. Got you.
We was in the bed. We didn't know who it was. The gun's legal, like, and everything. We don't even know who it was. I don't know who it is. We asked 10 times.
We don't know whose it is.
Here.
Hang on.
Here comes the fence.
Hey, heads up. Stay back a little bit. Is Joe good?
Everybody okay?
Yeah.
You all right, Joe?
Watch out. Watch the door. Watch the door roll. Front door. Hey, I'm throwing it to the front door.
Hey, you're gonna have to. You're not gonna get over that lip. We're gonna have to go up there.
All right, that's fine. Give him one.
One on me. Yeah, get the doors open to your right.
What do you need, Hogan?
Cover her. Oh, sorry. Give me another body.
I'm here.
Hold on. We're gonna stay here, Zoo. Go with the Sarge and clear that room to the right. One on me.
I got you.
Hold on. I got her. One on me.
I'm here.
I got him. Fighting this door too.
Hang on.
Hey, Mark. Yeah. Can you cover her?
Hang on a second. Baker, out of that room.
I'm good right now. Good.
Cover from the other side. We got a bathroom that sucks back.
Hold on, Mike. All right.
Closet immediately left.
You got 2 closets that folding doors.
All right.
To your left and an open bathroom. Looks to be mostly clear. I'm up. I'm down here.
Oh, I can see he's clear. Hogan.
Yep. Clear.
You ready?
Yeah. Let's get this bed real quick. Let's get this bed. Let's look in our bed real quick.
Hang on, let's check the bed.
Go ahead. Have them pop that door. Is anybody right there to your left? Yeah. I'll come to it.
We still got to check the bed.
Check her. We got to check her. Check her. Make sure she's good.
Hey, lift the bed up. I'm going to go this way with my pistol or rifle.
Yeah. Go ahead and get EMS in here.
Clear.
You can roll her over. Joe. There you go, buddy. Ma'am, can you hear us? Louisville Metro Police Department. Check that wrist, dude. Check the wrist. Medic up. Scene secure. She's 1080. We're leaving a couple people in here to hold the scene. It's secure for detectives to come up. So I think it's casing right there. Sorry. Right there. You're all casings. They're casing. So,
Oh, that's their gun. Right here.
yeah, I'm right there.
That's theirs.
No, that's ours, it looks like. Theirs is in there. But I'd back out until they get PIU in here. So.
Especially if there are any guns visible.
We did not see any.
Is there any windows that go out that way?
The only casings look like 9 mils.
He said she was shooting. The suspect said that his girlfriend was shooting the ass with a 9mm. Hey, this room right here, there's a pistol underneath the bed.
I'm not worried about that right now.
No, I know.
You know what I mean?
So, let it jab.
It's a crime scene.
Let it jab.
Sufficiency of the affidavits, the amended affidavits.
His supplement, I think, addressed the issues that we raised in our response.
All right, go ahead.
And Judge, I'm not sure that the affidavits really have much meaning in a petition for change of venue, especially in this kind of case here. So, but whatever, I think we've overcome that issue. The balance of this case involves the defendant Brett Hankison's constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial with an impartial jury. And the venue of or location of the trial plays a major role in whether he can get a fair trial, which is why we think that the court ought to seriously consider granting the motion. There's been an extensive amount of adverse publicity since this incident occurred on March the 13th of 2020. And all of it has been directed at basically the LMPD and more specifically at the officers who were involved in the attempted execution of the search warrant on Springfield Drive, and more specifically at Brett Hankison, since he's the only one that was charged with anything criminal out of this whole incident. I don't mean to suggest that all of the potential jury persons in Jefferson County cannot be fair and impartial. Far from that, but I think there are a large percentage of people who could not be fair and impartial, and I think every resident of Jefferson County is aware or will be aware of what has occurred since March 13th of 2020, and I think that there's subliminal pressure, if not direct pressure, on all of those people, and fear of what could happen should they sit on this jury and should they render a verdict that is not the verdict that a large segment of the population wants. They saw what happened last summer here in Louisville, and I think that has to weigh, just by the very nature of human nature, it has to weigh on the minds and hearts of the people that were asked to sit on this jury. They have to return to their homes, their places of employment, their places of worship, where they shop, where they play. And when people know they're on that jury, I think they have a natural inclination that they will be afraid of what people are going to say or do with them. The publicity that has occurred has been extensive, and I think the court can take judicial notice of the publicity that has occurred with reference to the incident itself, but also there has been an extensive amount of publicity in the media about Brett Hankison himself related to unsubstantiated allegations of sexual assaults and unsubstantiated allegations of planting drugs on people. I even saw one article that was critical of him because of the amount of overtime he works. So I think that the air has been poisoned so much around Jefferson County, and not just Jefferson County, not just the city of Louisville or Jefferson County, but across the Commonwealth, across the country, and around the world. But it is not as pervasive in those other locations as it is right here in Jefferson County. And I think that all that negative publicity creates a presumption of prejudice against him. But I think also there's plenty of evidence of actual prejudice against Brett Hankison, and that takes the form of many of the exhibits I attached to the motion. When I came in here today, there are still banners of Breonna Taylor hanging right outside of the courthouse here. But more than that, Judge, there have been wanted posters posted around town. There are 26 billboards. I don't know if they're still out there, but 26 billboards that were paid for by open Winfrey, all referring to Brett Hankison and John Mattingly and Miles Cosgrove as murderers. There have been stickers stuck on telephone poles around town. There have been postcards that have been mailed to people here in Jefferson County, all of which refer to Brett Hankison as a murderer. Social media has been going nonstop since his name came out. I just think there's, that we've had comments by the mayor, by politicians, by the former police chief, by athletes, by so-called celebrities, all directed at the LMPD, at the officers involved in the search at 3003 Springfield Drive, and more specifically directed at Brett Hankison, referring to him as a murderer. And that constant barrage of publicity and all those other things I just mentioned have got to create a prejudice amongst the potential jury pool. And for that reason, Judge, I think that the change of venue is warranted. In the cases I've researched, most of them are homicide cases. This case is not a homicide case. It's not related in any way. The charge is not related to Breonna Taylor in any way, and yet the media has treated it, as is evidenced by the media here today and as evidenced by the media out in the hallway, as basically as a referendum on the homicide of Breonna Taylor. It's not a simple wanton endangerment case. We need to, and I don't think there's any way we can divorce that, and divorce, more importantly, the jurors' minds from the fact that this case relates to Breonna Taylor. So it concerns me that the case law that I have reviewed, for the most part, deals with homicide cases and cases that with brutal facts and so on, but this isn't that much different. And in those cases, just about every one of them that deals with a change of venue petition is appealed because that petition was denied. And just about every case, except for one that I found, upholds the ruling of the trial court that the venue change was properly denied. I think this case here is a totally different animal. I think times have changed since most of those cases were decided, in the sense that there's a whole lot more publicity and publicity news outlets out there now. I don't know of any of those cases that involved the posting of billboards and stickers and wanted posters and so on. But the bottom line is, Judge, that if ever there was a case where a change of venue was warranted, I think this is it. And I recognize those cases there are no firm guidelines. There's no statutory guidance in whether a motion should be granted. It's all discretionary. It's with you using your discretion and common sense. And all I would argue to you is that if there was ever a case that merited a change of venue in order to protect the rights to a fair trial of this defendant, this is the case. One of the Attorney General's arguments is that there is cost and inconvenience associated with changing the venue. None of that trumps Brett Hankison's right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And for that reason, I would ask you to grant the motion that we filed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lasowski?
Judge, like Mr. Matthews pointed out, we filed a brief that I think sets out our position in the relevant case law, but I'd like to make a couple of points that I think are important and disagree with Mr. Nasty respectfully on a couple other points. Venue is important. It's built in the county in which these crimes occurred. That's in our Constitution and the statutes authorized and put in play by our legislature. They do that because it's important in the communities where these crimes occur to have a fair and impartial jury from that county decide the facts and render their decision on guilt or innocence. And it's equally important here, unless there's compelling reasons to change the venue. There has been pretrial publicity. There's no question about it. But the pretrial publicity has been difficult and pointed at a number of individuals and entities other than Brett Hankison. It's been pointed at Attorney General Cameron, It's been pointed at the mayor, at the the police department in general, there's not been pervasive and focused adverse publicity pointed at Mr. Hankison. The pretrial publicity alone is not dispositive of a question of whether change of venue is necessary. Pretrial publicity is just the beginning point. What has to be determined is that pretrial publicity such that a reasonable conclusion could be drawn that no fair jury can be selected for Mr. Hankison's case. We believe it can. The only case that has been overturned, that's the Jacobs case in Knox County, is far different from this one. That had a population of 15,000 in Knox County. We have 765,000 or more people in Jefferson County. It's a diverse population made up of many different races, religions, work, and many other different statuses of people in this particular community. And why is that important? Because that provides us a resource that can be used through rigorous individual voir dire, as the court has already said that it would do if we stay here, as occurred in the Hubers case, through rigorous and effective individual voir dire from persons who are brought from these diverse parts of our county. I believe that we can effectively identify the number of jurors necessary who are unbiased and willing to consider a decision based only on the evidence they're going to hear. That's what our courts here in Kentucky favor, as noted in our brief. The courts here, as Mr. Matthews points out, gives great discretion to you, Judge, to decide what's appropriate. And they also favor, as they did in Hubers and Whitler, the use of individual voir dire, and if the court deems it appropriate, questionnaires to ferret out individuals who may be biased one way or the other. And also, more importantly, to identify people who are not biased. They may have heard about Breonna Taylor. Probably few people have not heard about her death. But there are many people, I believe, in this community, in the community of Jefferson County where these alleged offenses occurred, who haven't formed an opinion and who would be willing to hear the evidence and decide fairly whether we have proven our case beyond a reasonable doubt without being interfered by Oprah Winfrey's bulletin boards or any other miscellaneous and unimportant data. I believe we have that kind of community here. It may take more than the usual couple hours that occurs in most voir dires that we've had in your courtroom in the years you've been a judge here. It may take several days. In Minnesota, it took 2 weeks. In a case far more graphically prejudicial on its face to the population in Minnesota, but they found a way to find 14 jurors who weren't biased through good and effective examination of those people individually. They may have also used, I believe, questionnaires. Our courts favor that, and I believe they favor, particularly in a county as large as ours, that that's the appropriate way to decide it. If we come to a point where the court and the parties, it's obvious that and reasonable inference can be drawn that we're just not going to be able to get the requisite number of unbiased jurors, then that's the time, I believe. At that point, we've done what we can to give this community an opportunity to have unbiased jurors selected. Then we can look to alternative counties as set out in the relevant statutes 452. But I think the first and foremost, this case, we need to give the opportunity for people in this community to hear this evidence and to make an unbiased decision about whether we've met our burden on these 3 counts. And as I pointed out, clearly there's been a lot of publicity, and undoubtedly virtually anybody we bring them will hear it, but that publicity has not pointed at former Detective Brett Hankison, it's pointed, as I point, to a number of individuals, including my boss, General Cameron. So, and I believe, and I strongly urge the court to allow us the opportunity with proper planning, with identification of potential juror pools, that we take the opportunity to individually voir dire these people and talk with them. The court will be able to ask questions. Mr. Matthews will be able to ask questions. Myself or my colleagues with the special prosecution team will be able to ask questions. From those, I'm convinced we can determine who is biased, and that bias will prevent them, whatever side they're on, from being a juror. But I firmly believe that with that process, that we can select the 34 jurors we usually put into the panel, and then with the preemptive, the strikes that were allowed, I think we can come to the 14, 15 jurors to hear this case, and 12 unbiased jurors to decide it. So, and I believe that's consistent with Whitler and other cases in Kentucky that favor that approach. A good example, the court's got our cases, but a good example was a 2020 case, Commonwealth versus Hubert's, unpublished, is before you. But that was a case in which the defendant had been convicted in Campbell County, a county of 115,000, if my memory is correct, 1/6 the size of Jefferson County, but they noted the size of the county was important because it was diverse and represented a population from which the trial judge felt confident they could find the jurors necessary and unbiased to hear that case. Importantly, that the defendant in that case had been convicted, and that conviction was overturned on appeal. The reasons I don't recall, and it's not important for our discussion this afternoon. But many of the jurors knew that defendant had been previously convicted, which, as the court knows, having been an attorney for many, many years, and there's a retrial for whatever reason, the first rule is nobody mentions the previous trial because of the potential prejudice. That came up. Nonetheless, the court found that they were able to work with those jurors even with that knowledge and have upheld that conviction, finding that the court did properly do the voir dire, and through questionnaire and voir dire found the requisite number of jurors that were unbiased and willing to hear the case and make a fair decision based on the evidence. I think we can do the same. I think we can follow Hubers and apply those same principles that the trial judge did there and find the requisite number of unbiased jurors. Do it here in Jefferson County where this alleged crime occurred in this community. And we can find people who can give this man the fair trial he's entitled to. And I'm convinced we can do that. And I believe the appropriate way to do it is to let us go forward with proper planning and whatever the court feels and the parties agree to on questionnaires, our selection, and how many jurors we need to get. I realize there's some complications there, but I believe those complications far outweigh the importance of having this trial consistent with the constitutional and statutory provisions in the county in which these allegations occurred. Thank you, Judge. I stand by the briefs that we filed in response. Thank you.
Anything in response, Mr. Matthews?
Judge, just briefly, with reference to the pervasive publicity that has not been directed directly at Brett Hankison, I would disagree with that in the sense that the most pervasive negative and prejudicial publicity has been directed at the LMPD, and more specifically at the 7 officers who were involved in the attempted execution of this search warrant. And as a result of that, only one officer is in this courtroom facing criminal charges, and there's a large segment of the population that wants revenge for the death of Breonna Taylor. And unfortunately, Brett Hankison is the only person at this point that can be the target of that revenge. And for that reason, I think that alone suggests that the pervasive publicity has been extremely harmful to him and damaging to his right to get a fair trial. The comparison to the Minneapolis case, again, I think you're trying to compare apples to oranges in that case. This case is entirely different. I saw some of the beginning of that jury selection process just a shot of the outside of the courthouse, and it's like an armed fortress up there. And again, coming in here today, there are still Breonna Taylor things. That kind of stuff can't help but affect the jurors who we're going to ask to sit as jurors in this case. They know that there's a lot of pressure, and for that reason, again, this is an entirely unique case. But I think if there's ever been a case that merits a change of venue, this is it. And I'd ask the court to grant the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, there has been an overwhelming amount of publicity in this case, and it's not just been limited to publicity here in Jefferson County. The publicity has been very far-reaching. It's been on the national news. The stories have been on the national news, many, many times. There's probably been more publicity in Jefferson County because the events occurred in Jefferson County. But that's not to say that our surrounding counties have not also experienced that very same publicity. And I was really hoping today to hear something about how far-reaching the local media is to the surrounding counties, and whether going to an adjacent county would even help with the issue. I think I may have mentioned to you all in a previous hearing that as a defense attorney, I made a motion for a change of venue and it was granted, and we moved the case to Boyle County, to Danville, where we tried the case. And I will tell you what happened was that the publicity followed the case. When we arrived in Boyle County to get started on the case, which the trial took close to 3 weeks, the newspaper there in Danville had a front page, full page story the days preceding the trial, detailing the facts of the case, detailing what plea bargains that co-defendants had received, what their expected testimony was against my client at the time. We ended up having to do individual voir dire in Boyle County because of the publicity that those potential jurors were exposed to. So I don't think that we can just move this case to another county and not have all of that publicity follow us there, not have all of the security concerns follow us to that other courthouse. I'm not at all dismissing your argument, though, about a change of venue, and I do take that very seriously, Mr. Matthews, because of the pervasive nature of the pretrial publicity that has occurred. I do, however, think that we should give it an opportunity to try the case here. I read a case recently, I think it's an unpublished decision from the Supreme Court of Kentucky that talks about pretrial publicity, about individual voir dire with jurors, where defense counsel had made a motion for a change of venue, and the court upheld the trial court's decision to not change venue in that case, but made it clear that one of the things that was taken into account was that the trial judge excused immediately any juror who said, "I have formed an opinion about the defendant's guilt," and did not allow any type of rehabilitation. I would follow that same model. If a potential juror said, I've already formed an opinion about Mr. Hankison's involvement in this and whether he's guilty of these wanton endangerment charges or anything else in connection with this case, I would excuse that juror and we would move on to the next juror. It may be that we're not going to be able to seat a jury in this case. I don't think any of us know that at this point. I noticed one of you mentioned the Jacobs case, and in reading the Jacobs case, the attorneys there had done some polling, some telephone polling of the community, and obviously that was a much, much smaller community than what we have here. But they called 100 people to find out had they, reached decisions about Mr. Jacobs' guilt or innocence, and by far the vast majority of them had. And not only that, most of the jurors knew that he'd previously been convicted of a homicide case. So the judge there had allowed people to sit on the jury who had said, I believe him to be guilty, but I will go and try to go into this with an open mind. And the Supreme Court said that's not good enough. And I certainly wouldn't do that in this case. Mr. Hankison clearly is entitled to a fair trial, and we will do our very best to find jurors who I'm sure will have heard some publicity, but have not formed the opinion as to whether he is guilty. I think it also has to be pointed out that in all of these other cases that have been referenced today, it was not a police officer or a former police officer who was on trial, and there are very many people in this community who hold police officers in very high regard. So I think that's a distinction as well, that we may be able to get jurors who will be open-minded and listen to the evidence and decide the case solely on what they hear in the courtroom and not based on media reports or preconceived notions about what took place that evening. So at this point in time, and you know, it's the kind of thing that I'm going to keep an open mind about, because there will probably be more publicity as we get closer to our trial date, and that may cause me to change my mind. But at this point in time, I do think that the prudent thing to do is to try to get a jury seated here in Jefferson County. And if we discover that we cannot, then we will move the case to another county. And I think that's going to be a hard discussion about where to move it to. And I wouldn't mind if you all would, you know, maybe go ahead and have that discussion between yourselves and see if you can come to an agreement about, because I just don't think going to Bullitt County or to Shelby County or to Oldham County is going to cure the issue, because I think their media reports primarily are coming out of Jefferson County. All right. In terms of your second motion.
Your Honor, may I ask one question with reference to this jury selection process? Would the court consider using a questionnaire?
Yes.
Pre bringing the panel in?
Yes, I would.
Good.
I would. I've not done that before, but I would certainly.
I've done some, and I'll work with you on it.
I would certainly do that. Because
I think that may speed the process up, if nothing else. Secondly, Judge, with reference to the motion to view the scene, that is something that the Kentucky law permits. I think in a situation like this, it greatly enhances the jury's ability to understand what the nature of what the charge is all about. In this case, Officer Hankison is charged with firing his weapon through Breonna Taylor's apartment into the adjacent apartment. And I think just for the jury to get a feel for the layout of where he was, where the adjacent apartment is and all that would be very helpful to their understanding of the facts. And for that reason, I would ask the court to allow us to take the jury out to see the scene.
We don't disagree.
Well, when you say the scene, I don't know whether there are people currently living in the apartment or not. Are you talking about going into the actual apartment?
Just the outside of it. Just mainly the outside of it. If the apartment was vacant, it'd be great to go inside. I don't know what the current status is, but I think just seeing the layout of the buildings and the scene itself would be helpful.
Mr. Lisowski?
We don't disagree. We talked about it with my colleagues, and we agree. The same issues, you know, as our occupants in there and with proper planning, it might. There's also that hallway that a jury may want to see, but I think it's going to be one of these things. We don't disagree, and we're fine with it. I've done several, and you've probably done them. It takes a little bit of logistics. The parties have to cooperate. You also, we have to talk about just. When I did it, there wasn't any discussion with the jury. In other words, somebody didn't walk around saying this is where Mr. Hankison was and this is where he wasn't. Or it's usually at a time when they've seen evidence, and then, all right, we're all on the same page then. So as with the questionnaire, we can talk about it. We had the same questions. Are people living in there? And certainly that presents a significant problem if there's personal residence of somebody. But as we get closer, we can talk about that. And can I go back to the questionnaire? If we're there, and we're going to need to have some logistical working together, because we've got a number of them. I assume that I haven't tried a case here for a couple years, but you still have every 2 weeks, you got, what, 300 or 400 come in, and so I guess we'd have to identify.
We do, except that now with the pandemic,
That's
things
right.
are a little
Yes,
bit different,
that's
and I
right.
don't know how
That's
things
right.
will be towards the end of
Yeah.
August. But you're right, that's how we would
Yes,
normally
and so
do
do
it.
we'd have to identify this, to give them sufficient time where we get out and we get these questionnaires, how we do it, all of that. And so it may be some point in the next month or two, we can get back together, we can talk about the questionnaire. Invariably, there's probably a lot of things that Mr. Matthews and the prosecutors can agree, and there may be other questions we may not. And the questionnaire needs to be got out in such a way that the information comes back in a timely manner. We've identified whatever 200 that we may use as potential. So maybe getting together in April or so, or May.
I think so too. I'm thinking
All right.
maybe just a month from now to get
All right,
back together
yes.
again, because I
There's
think
a
there
lot
are
of
some
logistics
logistics
that have to be
involved.
dealt with.
I'll have to get with the jury pool to see how much notice they need to be able to send out the summonses. So
Have you done one, Judge, with the questionnaire,
have
even
not.
when you were a practitioner?
No.
All right, okay.
I think I
Well,
asked,
it
I
was-
think I was denied.
All right. Well, I've done it federally. It was easy to do because they're on there for 18 months. And here they're just 2 weeks, so there has to be
Yeah, that's fine.
something we need to talk about, maybe I'll interact with Mr. Matthews and
All right, we're back
something
on the
together
record,
with
but
my
out of the
colleagues.
hearing
We
of
can
the
start
jury.
talking, and then maybe get together
Okay.
where we can talk about some of the logistics.
So I guess
and
one thing you all wanted
any
to talk about
objections or
was,
agreements we
are we
may have
bringing
on
the jury
questions.
back into the courtroom after we go
That's
to
In terms of
Springfield
going to the
Drive?
scene, I still
We don't
have
necessarily
some-
have to.
some
I just
concerns about that.
need to know what to tell them when to come back to court
And I don't
next
know
week.
what you all have planned in terms
That
of.
was going to be my next question.
If there's already video of the
Tuesday or-
scene.
Yeah,
I'm sure
so
there's
how are
photographs.
we looking with witnesses and scheduling?
We have 4 more, one of which will be, well, 2 will be a little, one's another firearms instructor, 2 short for, and then Chelsea, the other.
Occupant?
3.
Okay.
Oh, and one other patrol officer for the body cam that was out back.
Okay.
And then the other would be Cosgrove.
Cosgrove. Okay.
So would it be possible to have a conference call hearing on Cosgrove's assertion on Monday?
On Monday? Yeah, we probably can do that. Do we know if his attorney is available?
I'm just texting him. He hasn't responded. But he's aware of the fact that there's going to need to be a hearing on it.
And you think Cosgrove's position is a little bit different than Officer Mattingly's?
What I was told is Department of Justice, that his attorney contacted them, and that all he heard was that they had expanded the investigation to include the shooting. Whereas, but up to this point, they had never contacted Cosgrove. They contacted a lot of other people, and we know for a fact that they have told Mattingly that he's a subject, which means he could be indicted. But they have not, at least from what he said yesterday, they have not told Cosgrove.
I don't really see, from what I know of the case, I don't really see the difference. I would think if somebody said to me, guess which one is more likely to be indicted, if there's going to be indictment, I would have thought it was going to be Detective Cosgrove and not Detective Mattingly.
Well, there's a big difference between Mattingly and Cosgrove in relation to the whole case. Mattingly was involved in the obtaining of the warrant. He was directly involved with communicating with the Shively police regarding whether or not there were packages.
Okay.
And Cosgrove had
Nothing to do with any of that. I see. So it's not so much what happened at the scene as,
And the civil rights case, you have to make a direct
Okay.
But didn't you say they have expanded their investigation?
Yes, but it still has to be connected to a violation, which is the search warrant. We'll do it because it has to be intentional. Not a wanton act. You have to intentionally violate a constitutional right.
All right, so if you have 4, maybe 5 witnesses to go, and if Detective Cosgrove, let's just say he's going to be able to testify, at least to some extent, you can do all that on Tuesday. Where does that leave you with witnesses? I know you said a lot of your witnesses overlapped with the prosecutors.
Yes, I think, obviously I'm going to put Brett on since I
Promised.
After a statement yesterday, I was reevaluating after playing the statement, but I did promise. So he'll be on, and beyond that, I'm not sure we'll have anybody else. So.
Okay. So it sounds like we can probably wrap everything up on Wednesday. I really do like to do closings in the morning so that we can send the jury out. I imagine Mr. Hankison would probably be on the stand for a while. So I would rather wait till Thursday morning, do closings, send the jury out as quickly as we can.
The other question I was going to raise was jury instructions.
We need to talk about those.
Our witnesses would finish, they would finish Tuesday morning.
Well,
Cosgrove may not.
so maybe Mr. Hankison will go on the stand Wednesday or Tuesday afternoon, and then maybe we could close Wednesday.
So are you guys not planning on calling Hoover?
All right, so then I will just tell the jury to come back. Just look at Tuesday real quickly. Guess I scheduled nothing for Tuesday morning. So just our normal time, Tuesday at 9:30. Let's see, was there anything else we needed to talk about?
Your Honor, when we get to the scene, is it still going to be someone just says, here's the location, enter, lets them in? Is that still how we're doing it, and then we're going to the outside?
I thought maybe Detective Hall was just going to lead the way into the apartment building, and we'll just follow him through the 2 apartments, and then he'll lead out and then lead around the building.
Okay.
Okay, so did you hear back, have you heard anything from Detective Cosgrove's attorney?
Text, so I'll call him.
Your Honor, I think there was a Deputy Anthony mentioned the possibility of the jurors returning home after the site visit or returning to the courtroom. And
Well, if I can just bring them in here before we leave at 1 o'clock and tell them that after the visit, they'll just be transported back here and then they can just go to their cars. And I'll just tell them to come back at 9:30 on Tuesday. So I don't think there's any reason to bring them back into court.
That makes sense. Remind them again not to discuss the case.
Right, and I'll say that I've got a little admonition to give them about going to the scene, which will talk then about not talking about the case. So maybe Monday, if we do this with Detective Cosgrove, maybe we could also at least begin talking about instructions and see what's being requested. But you all don't want to be here Monday, right? You just want to call in? I don't blame you. Can't really fault you there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? All right, I do need to give you an admonition prior to us going out to the scene, and here is that admonition. The purpose of the view of the scene is not to supply evidence, but to present the physical facts in order that you, the jury, may understand the situation there and appraise and apply the evidence that you hear in the courtroom in a more intelligent way. While at the scene, you are not to speak about what you observe to each other, to the parties or their attorneys, or to anyone else. So when we go out there, you're not going to be given any instruction from anyone. No one's going to say, you need to look at this or you need to look at that. Hopefully you have seen enough in this trial from the photographs, the diagrams, heard enough from the witnesses that when you go into the apartments, when you are outside of the building, you'll be able to recognize those things that you need to recognize to assist you in viewing the evidence that you've heard here in the courtroom. So Detective Hall, who you heard from earlier, who is with the Attorney General's office, is going to lead the way through the tour. So he will direct us into the building and through the 2 apartments and then around the building, and then you will get back on the bus after that. I'm not saying that you can't talk to one another. You can talk to one another clearly when you're driving out, when you're driving back in, just not about the case, obviously. Then when you come back, we are done for the day after the scene visit. So I think what the bus will do is just drop you off at the parking garage. You won't even be brought back to this building. We will resume the trial Tuesday morning, not Monday. We're not coming back on Monday. We'll resume the trial Tuesday morning at 9:30, back in the courtroom to hear more testimony at that time. And so since we are not getting back together on the record in the courtroom, I need to remind you of the separation admonition for those 3 days, for today, then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, when we're not together, to not discuss the case with anyone nor allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't do any independent investigation. Hopefully you've been given enough information both here and then what you're about to see this afternoon, and then report anything that you might have heard that you know that you probably should not have heard if you hear anything on the media to Deputy Sheriff Anthony when we come back to court on Tuesday morning at 9:30. All right, does anyone have any questions about any of this? If you want to take notes, I think you could take your pads with you. Just be sure you bring them back on Tuesday so that you'll have them with you then. But yeah, if you want to take notes, you're certainly allowed to. You're not allowed to take any pictures out there, but you could take notes. Anyone else? All right, then we'll see you there.
All right, all rise with the jury. Yeah, this, your carrying devices leaving the seat, I'll take care of it.